It'd be the appointed time at 9:30. We'll open the COC on Senate Bill 96. So I'm going to pass out an amendment that I drafted. Hopefully we can agree to. So the problem I have with some of the House positions and the reason we non-concurred. I'm sorry? One more. Yeah. So there's some things in the House amended version that are problematic. We'll start with the violation section. If you go down on page 2 of the House amended version, in section 4 and 5, you talk about any third-party contracted in any medical or mental health professional for a violation. The problem is that if you look in the first page, this bill talks about credential educators. And in the amendment, you'll see I change it to credentialed educators and administrators. So the bill's not written for healthcare professionals, nor is it written to third-party contractors. They're not credentialed by the state. So we're applying penalties to a group of individuals that the law is not written to apply to. So those violations are problematic for me. The other piece that's problematic is under the compelling state interest on line 24. We have potential or actual psychological or emotional injury to a child. And it goes on and finishes the sentence in 26, does not constitute a compelling state interest. That is not an issue I'm gonna agree with at all, that psychological and emotional abuse of a child. Well, and this is even, it says actual psychological and emotional abuse is not abuse of a child. There's no way in the world I'm gonna accept that language. And so I've written an amendment to talk about what the bill was originally intended. I'm the prime sponsor, what it was actually originally intended for. The original bill was written so that teachers and administrators do not lie to parents. And that so the amendment I've written takes in, you guys had some really good language in the bill. I accepted like your section 2 language, which you changed. I agreed with. I thought it was better language than what I had in my original bill, and I accepted your language for that. And so I'm hoping we'll be able to accept 96 with the amendment that I provided that, again, uses some of the House language and some of the Senate language and narrowly focuses it to where the original bill was. It was meant to solve a problem that happened in Manchester and to make sure that never happens
again. I agree on making sure the situation in Manchester never happens again. Yeah, thank you for agreeing to section 2 in the House language. That moves us along down the road to agreement on this. I don't think I have a problem with your amended lines, or your concern about 24 to 26 about the compelling state interest in psychological and emotional. I think I might be okay with that. I'm not sure about everyone else. I think we'll have a discussion about that. In terms of, I think in statute, educator has a definition. So I don't know if we need to say credentialed educator or administrator. Educator, by definition, I believe, includes administrators, and their educators are credentialed. So I don't know if we need to say credentialed educator or administrator. Excuse me.
I was hoping to be clear and focused about what we're talking about.
Right. But I think some others might have some comments about the psychological and emotional injury. Does anyone want to, from our team?
I also wanted to just piggyback on in regards with educator and administrator. Any medical or mental health professional, it says here employed or contracted. So that medical or mental health professional would include, of course, if that was a guidance counselor or a school nurse. And so that would all be underneath educator and administrator, correct?
I'd agree. They are, nurses are covered by generally most union contracts as an educator in the teacher side of the union, the CBA agreements. So I would argue that, yes, they could potentially be covered by that.
Okay. And I understand what the concerns that you have in regards with that third-party contractor. But I just wanted to make sure that those other areas would be covered underneath quote-unquote educator. So the other piece that I have in regards with compelling state interest, I understand that it had, the problem word is actual in there with psychological or emotional injury. And I'm just going to talk from a parent. I get angry a lot at my kids, and there's, and that doesn't mean, of course, any sort of potential harm or anything like that. Like tempers raise, we get loud, we talk as a family, all of those types of things. The reason why I believe that this was in here and why Judge Lynn or Representative Lynn did this language was because of you're going to have children, mine alone, that have disappointment and sadness and anger and all of that, and they say things that are very hurtful things when they don't mean to, when they're angry, when they got caught in a lie and those types of things. So I just I think we could fix this, and remove what your concerns are, because of course, if there is any actual psychological or emotional injury, abuse, that would be, of course, compelling state interest. So I'd love to, instead of removing that whole piece, because there is something here that is valuable in that.
So what's the piece in there that is a valuable component? We define in section 2 what is abuse, neglect, and abandonment. It's an RSA that we have in statute 169-C3. So that has the criteria for abuse. And if it meets that, then we don't need the compelling state interest. That is the abuse. The compelling state interest is it meets that definition of abuse. So I'm just not sure what the value of having another definition that of an item that is just a potential for lawsuits, as far as I'm concerned. The RSA has been vetted. It's been there for a long time. What is the definition of abuse? And what we're saying is if it meets the definition of abuse by statute, then that may be a compelling reason that is a compelling reason to withhold information. I will say I added one more component under section 3 of the bill. The House added some language that says that the response, if you withhold information, there has to be a written reason for it, and it goes in the student record. I added one more criteria to that, and it says it must be reported to the school board in a non-public session at the very next school board meeting, right? Because the reality is that if they withhold and there's a violation of that, it's the school district who's liable. So probably the people who run the school district should know that they're potentially having an extension of liability of the district. And so I put a reporting mechanism in there that says that they have to bring it to the school board and make it aware in a non-public session like they do other student matters that the school board regularly deals with. So again, I think I don't want to create two competing interests, because I'll be honest with you, one of the reasons that came to my attention is 169C3 has a definition for psychological and emotional abuse built into that statute. And then you then say this is not, right? So I don't want to have competing interests. So the statute for abuse is the statute. If you think they're violating the abuse statute, then you can withhold the information, document it, put it in their record, and submit it to the school board for a notification.
Going back to your school board notification, was that in your proposed amendment?
Yes, it's in section 3. You'll see it, and I bolded it out at the very end. Oh, right here, Glenn. Roman numeral 3, sorry, section, row number 2.
Gotcha, section 2,
Yeah.
right.
Because we realized if a teacher is creating a liability, a potential liability for the district, the school board should be made aware of it.
I don't have any problem with that.
So do you guys want to take a break for a few minutes and discuss amongst yourselves? You can go use my office if you want, and
Okay.
in 117, and go chat about my amendment.
Yep.
And see what you think. Yeah.
Do you have one minute? I do think we need to take a little bit more time to look at this. Could we pause this until after your 10 o'clock?
Sure, let me just go run over and make sure the room's available.
Okay,
And we'll recess this until a time and date, so.
well, yeah, yeah, I don't know if we want to say recess.
You have.
Right, yes, yes.
That's fine. I'll take a look and see what we can.
Okay.
Now, I'm supposed to be in finance starting at 10, so. For the budget,
Yeah, we're,
I hate rain. I overslept. I did. Overslept.
right.
So what we can do is we will recess this till noon, and we'll come back at noon to pick it back up. And go from there. All right, thank you. With that, we're in recess to noon back at this room.
And the House members will pause until noon.
12? Yeah. What time is it on your phone? I left my phone at the COVID. All right.
12.
It being 12 o'clock, we'll reconvene the committee conference on Senate Bill 96, and I'll turn over to the House to see where we at.
Thank you, Senator. We've been working since we broke, and we have taken into account your suggestions, as well as things that we thought were important to have in the bill. So we have a draft that we would like to, of the entire. Do you want to hand those out to? Yeah, out in the, oh, gosh.
So you didn't work off of my amendment, you worked off the
We thought it
original.
was easier to go through the entire bill.
Mhm.
And so we have highlighted, we can go through it. And I think that we've noticed a couple of typos, so you
Yeah,
can correct me as we go through.
Yeah, it's also not perfectly numbered
Yeah,
either.
exactly.
So
So,
quickly done.
so, in the original bill, we added parents or guardians up top. And also added a definition for educator. Means a professional employee of any school district whose position requires certification by the state board pursuant to 18939. Administrators, specialists, and teachers are included within this definition, and that has been used elsewhere in statute, that exact language. In Roman 2, we added your sentence about we think it's a good idea to have the school board involved. We removed Roman 3 because that is a duplication of what comes later. And we added or continued our compelling interest section, which is 193 E, F, or 193.13E. And change that. We removed potential or actual psychological or emotional injury from a child's parent, or I think there's a, right, there's something missing in that, I think.
It just starts off, the new sentence just starts off.
Oh, okay, right, yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay, and then it goes on to anticipated reaction, yes. Emotions such as anger, disappointment, sadness, disapproval, striking other behaviors does not constitute a compelling state interest for withholding information. We struck sufficiently serious section. And we then changed the state actor to an educator, who is defined now up above. And then in 193F violations, again, we added parent or guardian claiming violation. We thought it was important to have guardian in there. Then this is in the penalty provisions. Any educator found by the department to have willfully violated, that's important, any section of the law may have his or her credentials suspended for a first offense and shall be suspended for a minimum of 1 year for multiple offenses. We struck a couple of sentences at the bottom of that paragraph that were in the original language from the House. And we manually struck Roman 4 and 5 related to educators, regulated educators. Third parties is what I'm trying to say, per our prior conversation. So that, in a quick nutshell, are the changes we thought were important to make, but also left in sections that we were thinking were important to keep.
So, I think we're okay with the adding or guardians on the Senate side. I think that's a reasonable accommodation to deal with whether you're looking at my language or your language. That adding throughout the bill, including guardians, is a reasonable accommodation. We'd be willing to accept that. Sue, are you okay down there? Adding guardians, yeah. So, I'm gonna
And
ask.
I assume that the school board is acceptable to keep in there as well.
Yeah, I want to talk to my members about the definition.
Okay,
I'm still not, the compelling state interest argument is still, I'm opposed to, but I want to talk to my members a little bit. And
Sure.
again, the argument being that the compelling state interest is found in section 2. And that's that abuse, abandonment, or neglect pursuant to that RSA occurs. So that's the standard. So I don't know why we want to create a new standard that says not only this law, but a different standard for compelling state interest. I don't see the value in that. And I think it causes confusion, which is the overriding factor. Is it under 169C3, there's a definition of abuse, and we're saying abuse. But down here, we then start carving out a little bit about creating that abuse is, we already say that abuse is is the standard for why someone could potentially withhold. So I don't know why the compelling state interest is so important, given the standard is the state law of abuse. So it's not a compelling state interest that's important, it's the law that's important.
Right. It's the law that's important, the definition of abuse and so forth in 169C3. But I think that the compelling interest is in what respect does the state get involved in that parent-child relationship?
So let's take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna
Yep.
grab, my members are gonna go over to my office, we're gonna chat real quick, but we'll look at your definitions and again, I don't, I will say the other area, and I'll talk to my members, is the hard 1-year
Right.
suspension and 3-year suspension, again, because I'm not sure that doesn't start falling into CBA requirements, which are federal, as we're defining disciplinary action.
We can talk about
And
that.
so I'm concerned that it's not a state law we'd be violating, but we'd be putting, my understanding of federal law and the PLERB has defined that disciplinary action falls within a condition of employment that can be defined by CBA agreement. So I don't know that we could set a hard standard, though we can say that they have the right to, that the state has the right to suspend or revoke their license. But the conditions and terms of that would have to be up to, not necessarily the CBA, but up to the state.
Yeah.
So
If
just wanna be
you guys
careful
wanna
putting-
discuss that,
Yeah.
we'll be glad to.
so give me
hear
5
your
minutes
suggestions. Sure.
and we'll go over to my office. We're gonna be in recess for 5 minutes or break for 5, oops, go ahead.
When we took your language in the beginning, under that section 2, about with the educator and then, of course, with the department, the change that was made, and there's a lot of things that were removed, it has a may in there. So it says, any educator found by the department who have willfully violated any section of this law may have his or her credentials suspended for a first offense. And then that's the only, the real change where it has teeth is, and shall be suspended for a minimum of 1 year for multiple offenses. So the discretion is really still within the department. I want that to be clear. And then, of course, the only thing that we changed here for, it's really to protect educators. The department investigation and enforcement for any educator code of conduct violation under this section shall be subject to a statute of limitations. We changed 5 to 3 years from when the alleged offense occurs. I think that's really important because, in regards with, we don't want witch hunts, we don't want any of that. We want that look back to be realistic.
Well, remember again, New Hampshire has a retrospective prohibition on laws in our constitution. So anything we do would only take effect from this point forward. No one go, if we pass this law today, I can't go and say something you did last year is illegal now and I want to sue you for it. So just know that the retrospective aspect is an issue as well. So
Yeah.
let me give us a few minutes. Let me go talk to my members and we'll Thank you. We're going to call the Committee of Conference on Senate Bill 96 back into order. So after talking to my colleagues, we're going to reject your amendment. There's still too many problems with it that we feel that that'll actually increase problems. The whole idea, again, when we talked about the violation level offense specifically, you almost make it so they can't suspend somebody on a first offense on here. While you say credential, it may be, but you guarantee it on a second offense, which means that you're limiting the ability. There may be such an aggravating circumstance that they want to suspend or revoke. You don't even talk about revocation of a license, and outright doing away with their license because you never be a teacher again because this is so bad. You don't even include that in your conversation here. You just have suspension of the license. So the Senate's position was that we're willing to accept one, if we use my language that was proposed to you guys, add the guardians, 'cause we think that that was just an oversight. We want to add guardians in here so that they can also file and ask for information, that we would accept that and be able to go forward. Otherwise, I'll just refile a bill next year and we'll try it all over again.
If I could offer a few suggestions?
Sure.
In terms of the violations, we would be willing to amend that section. It currently is, the suspension may be provided for a first offense and shall be suspended for a period to be determined by the State Board of Education for multiple offenses. So we don't specify the 1 year. If you wanted to add something about revocation of a license, we could talk about that as well in that section. And we would be, you brought up retroactive, we would be willing to remove that section about a 3 years statute of limitations.
So again, the Senate rejected the amendment that you had with compelling state interest and there. I also want to call out that if you read under our violation section, that once teachers, once a credentialed educator or administrator, and we did talk to Diane Fenton, called her about the definition, she says it's unneeded. It's the simple language of educators or administrators credentialed or credentialed educators, administrators cover everything they need. They don't need a separate definition, which will just create a different definition other places. So, but if you notice in section 1 of our violations is that we actually don't say that you can't discipline them. We say you must discipline them. We use a shall or you use a may. It literally says that any credentialed educator or administrator found through investigation by the department to have violated this section of this chapter shall be deemed to have violated the code of conduct and shall be subject to disciplinary action. So we're not leaving, we're making the Board of Ed do something here. What that something is, we're leaving to the Board of Ed based on the aggravating mitigating circumstances. Yours presumes that they could not do anything if they feel like it. Right, you, again, credential suspended for the first offense. We don't define what that is. So. Anyway, that's the Senate's position. You're welcome to, if you want to go caucus again, you can go caucus again. I will say at 12:30, I have to be at another COC.
Yeah, let's talk first.
And we'll call COC back in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that the House can agree with that, so I guess we'll have to non-concur.
That's fine.
Yes, yep. Representative Potenza,
I vote non-concur.
Representative Noble,
I vote non-concur.
Representative Freeman,
I vote non-concur.
and I do as well.
And with that, we'll not concur in the committee conference is at a close. Thank you.
Thank you. think we're all set.
Yeah, I think we're okay. All right. Good afternoon, all. We are here in the Committee of Conference for Senate Bill 87, which was a bill brought forward by our good Senator Waters relative to one-day liquor license requirements and making salons and barber shops eligible for on-premise licenses. So, Senator, I'm going to turn it over to you to maybe talk about where we are.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And Representative Hunt, I want to thank you for your good work on this. I really, and the rest of your committee, I mean, I really appreciate it. I think we're really very good place with it. I'd like to raise a glass to you. But I'd like to raise it twice. I'd like to raise it twice. And we have an amendment that lets me do that. It's basically everything the same, but you know, if you're getting color job and braiding, you're going to be there 5-6 hours. So maybe two.
The enforceability of the multiple ones, we had a conversation about that, and the reality is that no one's coming in and counting and checking, and but more important is the fact that it's free. Okay, and so obviously the merchant probably wouldn't be too apt to give too many
That's a very good point.
free drinks away.
Yes, that's true.
But most importantly is that they have to be, one of them has, they have to be trained and given the course to make sure they don't overserve.
Right. So they're going through the same training.
They go through the same training. They're,
and everything. Yes.
so, and but
I mean, Mr. Chairman,
Of course.
you know, I appreciate that. And it does seem to me that it's not unreasonable to think twice. I guess what I'm a little uneasy about is I understand what you're saying, and having talked with the commission and enforcement, I just applaud all the work they do for us. And I think the essential idea that, that there ought to be under the purview anybody who's serving alcohol, and that's good. And the bill does
right. No, we weren't going to create a separate authority.
I think it makes a lot of sense, but I'm a little anxious about the kind of notion, well, they'll do it anyway, it's not going to be enforced. And I don't like to put business owners in that position, so.
Then they should just only give one then.
So you're not moving on this?
What, multiple drinks? No way.
Just two.
No way, come on.
Low multiple.
Two drinks.
No, we don't want multiple drinks.
We're good.
You sure?
Yeah, sure.
Senator Murphy, any thoughts? You're in the business.
No one is going to give away more than one drink. I mean, I get my haircut at a place that serves alcohol. Because I got my haircut at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I don't get drinks at all.
It's afternoon.
I'm in the alcohol business.
Right.
Alcohol would be, you're coming, the point of it is, you're coming in, you're getting a haircut, you have a drink while you're doing your haircut, or, after you get your haircut. No one's going to do more than one drink anyway.
Probably.
No one's going to be enforcing it. If there's no one enforcing it, what's the harm in going to anyway? I guess.
Yeah.
I get when you go beyond, one is straightforward. You say two, well, how do we know whether it's two or it's three, or when you start to do with multiples, it's a problem. It seems to be a problem. So I mean, I think this is really an experiment. I mean, to do this, I think we can look at it, come future years and see, how we feel about it. But I think that at this point, and it really, it was Summers who reminded me that if they charge it, then it's got to be room and meals. We start opening up the can of worms, and let alone the over-serving issue.
Yeah.
And the over-serving issue is real, and so the multiple drinks is definitely you run into over-serving. And this is and on top of it, the fact that we actually help, for those of you who might have forgotten what is a drink, we have all the different
I noticed that.
sizes. So this is very educational.
And you'll let us
really
have 16 ounces
for everyone to know exactly.
On a practical level, none of this really matters. They're already doing it. They're going to continue to do it.
Yeah.
We could put in whatever we want. and the world will continue to spin, and they will continue to give away the occasional drink.
Exactly.
Very true.
Exactly. And that was our intent.
So Senator Murphy, am I hearing you say you'll be okay with the House position?
I think the House position doesn't matter.
See, I quote you on that.
And our
For
position,
future use.
and our position doesn't matter.
You've been in the Senate too long.
Yeah. I will go along with the House position,
Okay.
because, as I said,
All right, Senator Waters,
Will exceed.
Okay.
likewise. All right.
All right. And I did call Aaron to see if he could get this thing drawn up right away. Did he
He's here. So,
should be
Okay.
ready to go to be signed off?
all right, very good.
Right, we know that this something.
There may be a bill next year to take two. I don't know. Just saying.
But, I would, just give you a little history. So, as
We'll find it.
my committee members are used to it because I've been around so long. This actually, it started out way back when Eddie Edwards was chief of enforcement.
Right,
And there was, somebody, the issue was, brought to his attention. At that time, we were talking about bridal shops. And which, obviously, that bill, didn't, bridal shops, it had these other, people who are already licensed.
Right.
Okay, which is always a wonderful opportunity for me to talk about in my committee, the John Hunt's rule of licensure. And that's how we regulate, is we create licenses, and so we can take it away from you when you've been mad. And so in this sense, that it made sense to do it, is a de minimis amount, in terms of the $100 you can go. I had two bills this year that I pulled numbers out of the thin air, the $100, and the other one is the tavern license.
I like that. Yeah.
Somehow that one,
I did too.
somehow that, so I'm still hoping someday that, that my another time I pulled numbers out of the air and invented, a license that maybe that will see the light of day,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
anyway, so it seemed to me, it seemed right, it seemed to fit well, and like we say, it's this, we know this is happening out there,
Yeah.
but at least I think what we'll have done more than anything else is the barbers who are charging for that drink, we'll
Right.
shut that down.
Yeah, I think
And I
that's
think
right.
that's
the right.
that's the most important thing that
Yeah.
this bill is going to do.
Definitely. Okay. All right. Good. All right, gentle people. Thank
you.
you very much.
Perfect.
Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. We're here for the committee of conference on Senate Bill 210, which has to do with bullying and bullying prevention. So I have read the House version of it. And my personal opinion is that first we're going to, what's the word I'm using? It just drew a blank.
Been a busy day.
The thing about the schools having, what is the word I want to use? I'm just drawing a blank.
Open enrollment?
Open enrollment has to be deleted from the House version of 210. Secondly, I was looking at all the definitions and all the write-ups about bullying instead of talking about the prevention. And I have looked at the RSAs, and I have read the DOA website and all the stuff they have on bullying. And I have to say that all of it has to do with how you recognize it, the policies and procedures that you have to have in place, the reports you have to write. And that's all good and well, but I think what we really started up with was a very simple bill of looking into why is bullying happening and to try to find prevention rather than having all these other things. All the other things, as far as I'm concerned, are already taken care of. There are umpteen papers and reports on what to do about bullying. So my preference for this will be to delete all of everything that was added into 210 and go back to the original Senate Bill 210, which was a study committee to look at study bullying and means to prevent bullying. That's my position right now. Any discussion? Representative Cordelli.
Well, thank you. In regard to bullying, I think looking at the statistics and everything, and talking to, we had 2, maybe 3 hearings with people coming in and talk about bullying. And some of it is very, very disturbing. When preparing for our House executive session, I just pulled a couple of articles. This is from last September, an article on WMUR. Protesters call on Keene schools to enforce anti-bullying policy after student dies by suicide. This is from 2021, talks about a third member of the class of 2022 at Dover High School had just committed suicide. I understand the chair's position on looking at bullying and all, but I think we need to take action at this point, and that's what the House attempted to do in our legislation, really covering information for the student handbook, making sure that there is information for parents about what's going on in terms of notification of parents and putting timeframes on for parents to be notified of bullying incidents and investigations. We talk about parental involvement. That's been a major issue in the past several years, and we've finally passed a Parents' Bill of Rights this year. And we always talk about parental engagement in the schools. I think it's vital that parents be involved when there is investigations of bullying. We added that there would be a violation of the code of conduct if some of these procedures are not adhered to in a school in relation to accurate information being provided and timeframes being adhered to. we want to have better information on the bullying incidents that are taking place. And finally, right now in current law, if there is gross negligence or willful misconduct on the part of a school district, there is a private right of action for parents whose children have suffered from bullying, and we change that from gross negligence to negligence. I think that bullying has been around. I hate to say it, but as long as ago as I was in school, and we've all had stories, and for our children with incidents of bullying in their classes, and causes of bullying, I think, have always been around, and probably there'll always be bullying of some sorts to some degree, but unless we take action, I don't think we're going to stop bullying or reduce the number of bullying incidents, and that's what I think we need to do. It's not just satisfactory to me anyway, at this point in time, to study bullying, to kick the can down the road, if you will. I think we need to do something about it and put things in place so that these bullying cases are addressed, parents are involved, and we know accurate information about the bullying that is being taken place. I've been in contact with a parent whose school district is routinely having the police called in place of the school administration handling the problem. So I'm trying to find out from the Department of Education information about the number of times that police are called to schools. I think that would be valuable information. So sorry, but I can't agree to giving up the House position on taking some action on bullying.
Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't disagree with Representative Cordelli, but I think that we've got two different things happening here, and I think the first one is really important. I think the bill from the Senate, the only recommendation that I would make that maybe you would agree with is on line number 3 on line 9, where it says duties, as introduced by the Senate. Yeah.
Okay.
The committee shall study school bullying, means to prevent it, and I would add, and gaps in enforcement of current law. Because I think that is actually where we're struggling. We have lots of bullying laws on the books. Not to pick on my colleague, Representative Freeman, but she sat on the school board in Manchester, and she knows full well about the bullying that happens and the lack of enforcement of our current policies. I think that's where we're really doing a disservice to our constituents and our children, because all the laws that we have, we worked on these when I was in the House in 2014, 2016, and it's not getting better. So I support the original bill, the Senate position. I think I would want to add that language to the end of it so we can examine it maybe a little bit deeper and then use those results to do what you would put in the House version. Would that be acceptable?
How about if we do both?
I think this is premature. I think we need the data from this to be able to do this correctly. Because we have a lot of laws and they're just not being enforced. So putting in more laws without finding out why they're not being enforced and creating a mechanism, I think we can do a better job at this if we have this data. I don't like to disagree with you.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The most serious call I got from a constituent in the last 9 months was a family whose daughter was involved in a bullying incident and was seriously injured. The last thing they would ever ask for me would be to study this more. They needed a private right of action. They didn't have one. And this was across school lines. So it addresses a lot of the things that we've been looking at recently, like cyberbullying and cross lines. But really, I think they know there's a problem. There was a problem. They had no resource. And I think they want action, not studying.
Thank you. Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator, I want to say Representative
That's
Sullivan,
okay.
sorry.
I do sometimes too.
Senator Sullivan is correct, and I'm glad she did remember when I was on the Manchester School Board about how many parents had called me about the issue of bullying. That was 8 years ago. We've gotten to the point now, and I can appreciate the sentiment about having all these laws on the books and nothing seems to be effective. We can get rid of those, but we need to replace, before we do that, we need to put a mechanism in place that's going to address what we're seeing right now. We aren't addressing bullying. What we're effectually doing is legislatively kicking the can down the road. This puts a little more teeth into what we need to do to mitigate any of the damages that are occurring with the bullying right now in the school. So again, I do agree with Senator Sullivan's position about the laws on the book, but in the interim, we need to put a safety net in. We need these children to be protected and their families as well. And I believe that this does accomplish that.
Thank you. Senator?
I appreciate the the dialogue we're having here, and I introduced this bill. My constituent was one that passed away at Keene Middle School, and I've spoken with parents, I've spoken with administrators, I've spoken with them about this amendment, and we don't see this as kicking the can down the road. Representative Cordelli mentioned that bullying has been around since he's been alive. Bullying is also changing. It's cyberbullying. It's happening at home. It's happening off a school ground. There's so many pieces to this puzzle. And the whole purpose of the study committee was to bring in all the stakeholders, have everyone have a say from every angle to figure out how we can fix bullying. And while I appreciate, I agree with Senator Sullivan to add that piece. I think that's a great step in the right direction. This puts the cart before the horse. And I think if we're going to do this, we have to do it with the buy-in from all the stakeholders, from all the parents, not just the people sitting at this table. I think this is a statewide issue, and it should have people from all over the state involved in this.
Further discussion? I don't think that we are kicking the can down the road. We have Chapter 193F, Public Safety and Violence Prevention. There's a whole long list of what it is, what you're going to do. There are statement after statement after statement and requirements and procedure listed, what you're going to do. And down here, it even says, a procedure for notifying within 48 hours of the incident report to the parents or guardians of a victim. So we have all these things in place. And I think we are, and also the DOE on the website has a whole long list of what schools need to do, what they have to look for, what their obligations are in case something like that happens on this and during the school time. What the original bill is to ask the question, why does this happen? How can we prevent this from going any further? And I think that is the question. I read a very good book not too long ago called Upstream. We see all these things happening in a certain area. Why are they happening? Could we go further up, further back and see what is happening over here to make this happening over here? And I think that's where we are right now. We're looking for why does it happen, and is there any way that we can figure out how we can prevent the bullying from happening in the first place? So again, my recommendation is that we go back to the original bill, which looks at prevention to look into what can we do to prevent it. Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in those, what you were just reading from the what you just mentioned on the DOE website, it's been a really long week and I am out of brain cells. It's only Tuesday. So regarding RSA 193F, it does talk about cyberbullying. So I would, another recommendation on that same line, shall study school bullying and cyberbullying and continue with the other recommendation that I made.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, there was no offense intended by my statement of legislatively kicking the can down the road. I hope no offense was taken.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to talk about timeline, because it says the report would be done by November 1st, 2025, which is not very far away. If I get that, but that's also after a time to put in corrective action. So we're really talking about 2027 when we could actually start doing something about this.
Unfortunately, with those study committees that get reported out in June, they all want to report by November 7. And some, I understand, are discouraged from meeting during July and August, which means we have September and October, which is, we can always get around that, but it's very little time. And I agree that we cannot really do very much, but we can get started on something and go from there with some recommendations for what to do next. Senator, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Just two things. An example that was raised was the 48-hour notification for parents. However, that can be waived by the superintendent. And there's no time frame. And there's no, it's open-ended in terms of how long that waiver can last. But our bill indicates that that's no longer than 5 school days except in the cases of bullying or cyberbullying across multiple school districts. And in terms of cyberbullying, we did pass House and Senate and was signed into law, House Bill 108, that does deal with cyberbullying and what happens in those cases, and even notification of the Attorney General's office is included in that.
I just want to make it clear that I don't take this lightly at all. I think some of you know that I ran a drama club at my kids' elementary school, and one of the children that participated took her life at 10 years old. I think it's touched all of us. We all have someone in our district that has suffered from this. I still get calls daily. And I don't disagree with your second part of this, the amendment that you put into this bill, the way that you amended it. I just think that if we concentrate on this study committee first, we can do a better job at implementing the second, because I'm just very frustrated that what we already have on the books is not upheld. And we need to figure out why it's not being upheld, why the school districts think that they can ignore state law, because they do, and how we can impact families quickly, and then use that to implement what you have in the second half of this. It might look different after we get the details from this. That's my final say. Thank you.
I just want to make one point, that the Senate can introduce legislation past the report deadline from this. Yeah.
Any further discussion?
Can we move on to open enrollment? I would like to make a few comments about open enrollment, if I might.
You may, but it's not going to be a part of this.
Sure. I think open enrollment, we hear all the time with legislation that's been passed in several years that public dollars should stay in public schools, and that's just what this bill does. In terms of how the public feels about this, this is a 2023 study The polling question was, do you support or oppose giving every child in the United States the ability to attend the public school that best meets their needs? And support was at 84%. Among Democrats, it was 88%. Among Republicans, it was 83%. And independents was 85%. We have seen elsewhere in the country where they have open enrollment, a 2023 study of Los Angeles. This was, I believe, inter-district open enrollment, showed that it had positive effects on student achievement and even college enrollment. 2017 study of intra-district Ohio open enrollment program found achievement benefits for participants compared to non-participants. In California, they have found that districts who have lost students to transfers to other school districts, those school districts began talking to parents about what programs, what would help you want to stay in this school district, and started implementing new educational programs along those lines. And many of those schools started seeing students coming to their districts instead of losing district students. If right now, if someone moves into your town, they bring with them the state base adequacy amount, or let's say an average grant amount of about $5,000, and they will pay local property taxes. However, a transfer student coming in via an open enrollment program, for instance, a student coming from Hampstead to Salem, these are based on 2023 average cost per pupils, and what the bill calls for 80% of the average cost per pupil of their home or resident school district following the child. So that child would be bringing over $16,000 annually with them to Salem to fill an empty seat. So I think that this 80%, I'll also mention, is current law for the open enrollment statute that we do have, and is also, I don't know if it's been signed by the governor, but I believe it's been passed by both House and Senate, was an open enrollment provision for going to CTE schools, and that uses the same 80% funding formula. So, I understand there is some concern in some quarters about open enrollment, but I think it's a win-win situation for the state, for districts, and for, and most importantly, students.
Further discussion on open enrollment?
Senator Ward, if I might. If- Please, yeah, yeah. Thanks, but no thanks. Yeah, I would like to suggest a recess until Thursday.
Okay. Everything has to be in by 4 o'clock on Thursday.
Correct. Yeah.
And
And,
I don't know what time you're looking for.
I have to get some replacement members,
Okay,
so I can get back to you on that.
okay. You don't want to vote on the bill right now?
Correct.
Okay. We'll be in recess until another time. No later than Thursday. And there's already a committee of conference in the afternoon on Thursday, so we have to scurry.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming. Recess until Thursday.
Then we have a few minutes until, are you on the next one?
No, no.
You're up. Congratulations.
Good afternoon. It's 2:00. And here to look at the committee of conference on Senate Bill 206. A couple of issues have come up that I need to check on. So this committee of conference will be recessed to Thursday at 2:00 in the same room here, room 100 in the State House. Sorry for the inconvenience for you who have come, but there are things that need to be taken care of. Thank you very much.